Good evening, citizens. This is your host, Odd Job Entertainment. I don't really know what we're doing tonight. Actually, that's not true. I do have some ideas. I wrote some stuff down. Let's see if those will pull up. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. So here's our itinerary for tonight. Let me take a minute and just get this stream shared out to all the people that would typically be watching this. And I'm going to go and do that off screen so that I don't dox myself or give out any information that I'm not supposed to. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Go live. And then I can share it from here. Get shareable link. I can open up the Discord because that opens up safely enough. Lo and behold, it is a Windows update time. So let me make sure that you guys can actually hear me. That is one of the unfortunate things of Windows updates. Where is it? Where is that? Announcements. Here we go. At everyone. Because what's the point of having a Discord server if you can't bother everybody? Announcements. Here we go. Okay. All right. So I checked it on YouTube and I can hear myself. So that's positive. That's good. Making progress. And last place, Rumble. Because YouTube is slowly killing itself. All right, so last time we made this. This is a filter plug for a Samsung refrigerator. Now, talking to my dad, I did misunderstand some of the requirements he was looking for. Apparently, with this particular fridge model, as long as you don't have anything on this end to press the button, it will actually just bypass it on its own. So all he's really looking for is something up to that line to just plug the hole. So I'm going to quickly modify the on-shape document to fit that, which should be very simple. We'll suppress those two. And this. And that. And onto this face, we'll do a new sketch. We're going to do a square that is slightly larger than what we already have. Make these filleted. Where's my caliper? Oh, it's right in front of me on the desk. Look at that. So I'm going to try and fly through this as quickly as I can because I've got a number of things that I want to get done tonight as far as projects go. So I don't want to spend all night doing this one. There we go. We're going to send that the other way by 3 millimeters. Then, instead of what we did before, I showed him, him meaning my dad. I showed my dad the design that I had come up with, and he wasn't a super fan of it because it didn't look as much like the original like he wanted. I did that. Okay, alright, there we go. It didn't look as much like the original as he wanted, so I'm gonna just stick to what we got and do it this way. Alright, so this looks like it's almost directly in half, right? But it's not quite there. The reason why I'm doing it that way is because then if I take the depth measurement across the top here, I get that it's 20 millimeters. I know you guys probably can't read that, but trust me, it does say 20. And then if I put a dot there and then dimension from these two, without knowing the exact radius of the circle that carves this out, I can create a pretty good approximation that at least matches the pieces that a user would see. All right, now we add a guideline, and we're going to revolve this about that guideline. We're going to remove. We're going to merge it with that body. And why aren't you doing the thing? Let's see. Let's do this instead then. Let's not make you construction. Instead, let's take another line, drop it straight down. And then let's only do this one. It wasn't exactly what he was looking for. You missed my explanation, Mr. Arrow. So with this particular brand or model of refrigerator, it doesn't actually need something plugging the hole to act as a bypass. The fridge is already bypassing it, so all he needs is a cosmetic piece to fill in that hole. So I know we spent a lot of time making this ceiling geometry, but it wasn't actually needed. Which is a great lesson in making sure you understand what your customer needs before putting too much effort into something. So he essentially wants it to look like that from the outside. So that's what I'm recreating right now. And then we're going to cut off all of that ceiling geometry. So all I have to do is make it look like that. And one of the main critiques that I have had about Onshape in the past was the fact that it doesn't seem to have a slot mechanic like SolidWorks does, but I think that I was actually wrong, because I was using the mobile version the other day, and it's actually really easy to just click a line and add it that way. So it must be buried in here somewhere. But in one of these many intersections, there should actually be a slot. Here we go. Okay. Alright, so it's an offset of a line. Yeah, I would have thought that they would be in the drop down of a circle too, but I guess it does kind of make sense if you think about how this is making it. You select a line, and then you offset that line. And that's how Onshape defines a slot. So it is different, but it works. And this is defining radius. So if the diameter is 15, I need to do 7.5 millimeters. And why do you not like that? There we go. Now it works. Okay, so one direction is going to go up to this face, which will fill in that cavity. And then for my second direction, I don't like that. If I do this as blind, it'll achieve the same thing. And yeah, that's good enough. So at its tallest point, this is about 11 millimeters. Unrelated question, what do you do for ventilation with your resin printer? I just have it out in my garage where I don't have to worry about it. When I'm out working with the printer, I'll put on a respirator. I think I was actually wearing that respirator at the start of the last stream, or maybe the one before that. But I just put PPE on when I'm going to be working with the printer, and otherwise it's out in the garage, so I just don't really care. I don't heat the garage, but I do have a heater for the resin printer. And so that keeps things warm enough that it doesn't cause me any issues. Would be nice to have a heated garage, especially during these winter months when I would like to still get some projects done, but I wimp out because it's cold. see. Let's convert that. Okay. You should be working. All right, why does this one not work? It shouldn't be creating any infinitesimal geometry anywhere. But let's try that. There we go. That looks good. Then we need to create another plane so that we can project some text. Actually, maybe not. I think this new surface text feature that I added should be able to do this. Let's try. Yeah, look at that. Okay, cool. Oh, no, that didn't work. Here we go. Raised cutout or cutout. That works. That does it. And I think it just says lock, right? I don't like that. Why is it doing that? Let's try giving it some more info to work off of. go. Okay, if I set that as the baseline, and then this is the surface, will it behave better? It looks like it is behaving better. I don't know why it got bigger. There we go. Center that. And I think kerning is the spacing between letters. That should be changing the spacing, making these further apart. Let's make it an actual cut now, too. Wait, no. Is that doing anything? It is putting them further away from each other, but not in a consistent manner. That's doing more of what I wanted it to do. Now, as a cheat, what if I just do... Oh, shoot. What did I just do? Okay, I know what it's doing. It's probably recognizing that as like it's like a input, so I can't use that. Fine, I'll just I'll do it the right way and just make a triangle on this. Select a mirror line. Select those. Man, my phone is getting blown up. What's going on? Stuff with school, not important at the moment. Up to face. I think this is what I actually want to do. If I make that 0.1. Yeah, there we go. Now it follows the contour. That looks a lot better. Okay. That's how I want to do that. And since I know we've got Mr. Arrow in the chat, he would not let me get away with not doing a fillet. So let's fillet all these things. Is that is not applying it. I was hoping it would. Oh, it did let me do that one. Okay, cool. Just do it that way then. Just didn't like the other face, I guess. There, that looks pretty good. Fillet you too. All right. That's version. Oh wait, no. Almost. Gotta trim this. Like so. Where do you come from? You come from this. Let's just pull you down there. And now you don't screw up my geometry. Haha! Why is it still giving an error? It's missing that. Okay. Alright, so that's that one done. Let's export this. Let's actually set that as the face, because that will get it parallel. And then we'll just add some support material. Change your filament type. None of those are right. Resync. Okay, now it is showing PETG. Okay, that's fine. So we got that one. Next, we have something to do with my capstone group. So let's open up SolidWorks and get this one going as well. I would love to use Onshape for everything because it is such a convenient software. But at school, we are using SolidWorks for the project. So, is what it is. SolidWorks is the software where I have the most experience as far as time goes. Onshape is made by the same people that made SolidWorks. And they've taken the opportunity to make it significantly more intuitive than what Dassault Systems is able to do. And I think a lot of it comes down to a popular trend that I'm seeing among established engineers is they really don't like their software to change a whole lot. ANSYS, for instance, it is really good software for doing finite element analysis, but it feels very clunky if you're being introduced to it for the first time. I am not an ANSYS fan. I do not like it. And I can't help but wonder, why is it like this? Why is it so clunky? Why is this UI so dated? But apparently, every time they try to change it, people get up in arms about it, and they demand that they change it back. So ANSYS leaves it as is because that's what people are asking for. One of the things that I really like about Onshape is the fact that there are so many keyboard shortcuts. And if you take the time to learn those shortcuts, you can really speed up your workflow. SolidWorks does have some options for keybinds, but there's not a whole lot that comes by default, so you really just have to add them as you go if you want that functionality. But I love how Onshape just has it built in. Okay, so this is currently 5.5, and I'm going to leave it at that. And I can leave that. Well, actually, let's change the type. I don't want that chamfer there, so I am just going to make that a straight hole. I'm going to oversize it just a little bit. There. Now it's a straight hole. Now, from this side, it's like, here's a good example. I would typically just start hitting I to make these coincident in Onshape. SolidWorks doesn't have that option, so you have to click the things you want to select. And the cable that we're using is this stuff. You're kind of seeing some top secret stuff right now, because I won't be showing this on the channel for a bit longer. This is part of a larger video that I plan to do just to kind of go over everything that I've been doing for my capstone. But for right now, all you're going to get to see is this. So take your best guess as to what we are making based off of a end cap for a larger assembly. What? Okay, I think I know what it's complaining about. I think there must be some discrepancy between what that is being told it is. So let's just do it this way. This won't matter. There we go. That'll do. Do you want to come a little less though? So I'm going to do 2.5 instead. Okay, let's get that one added to Orca Slicer. I think I have it here, 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 here. Okay, that'll be good. What else did I want to work on? I know. Let's go back to my documents here. Let's take a look at the footrest that I've been working on. So these gray sections will be cut out of plywood and then glued and bolted to the bottom of the chair. This blue piece is a router guide. And for me to make this replacement chair bottom, I do need to cut this down a little bit because it will not fit on the printer currently. At least as is. So what I intend to do is make it into 4 equal-sized jigsaw pieces that can then be put together later. And what I've done in the past for something like this that seems to be working pretty well is just doing a dovetail. Set those equal to each other, those equal, set those vertical, and let's actually just make those equal too. That gets everything kind of, actually can we just make them all equal? Yeah, that makes it an easy enough one to define. Where was that? Midpoint. Let's grab that. .3 millimeters divided by 2, because then I'm going to offset these. I'm going to offset them by 0.3 millimeters. And that should put that directly between them. And that gives a dovetail with a 0.3 millimeter offset between all the faces. That is what I've found to be a good rule of thumb for working with my printer in making sure that I get an easy assembly. So I don't need this to be a super strong dovetail. It's not going to be weight bearing, so ease of assembly is more important to me. And then the next thing we can do, I believe I will need, oh wait, no, not that one. Let's see. Yeah, right plane will work for this. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a circular pattern. I'm going to make this a feature pattern and select this extrude that I just did and set the axis to this line in the middle. that will mimic symmetrically across this midline here. So I have same thing on the other side. What you see though is if we try to do it all at the same time, they're not exactly the same piece. So that does give me a decision I have to make, because I could do this and then have it be keyed that way so that they only assemble one way. But I think I'm going to keep that at 2. But I do need to cut this distance down because my printer is 256 millimeters in any direction. So actually both ways violates what I'm able to do. But I think if I just add more to this, wait, wrong sketch, this one. All equal. Make those guys equal. And then when we offset these again, and then, that's interesting. Because of how it's doing the circular pattern, messed it up a little bit, didn't it? Oh, why did you move? You're not supposed to be there. Oh, I know why. Because you were set to the midpoint of something that no longer exists. So if we instead set you up like so, very small distances, so that is why I'm doing all this zooming. All right, now, haha, look at that. Now it's cut into 4 pieces. This will fit on my printer. Why is it only showing 3 parts though? Oh, look. That didn't go all the way through. So what if we do this? Does that fix it? Yes, now we have 4 parts. Cool. And then I'm going to name these in reference to where they sit on the chair. Front left. Not quite yet. Back left. Now, 2 of these should be the same as the other 2, but just to spare myself any potential headache, I'm just going to treat them as individual pieces. Let's call you router guides. Okay, now it doesn't want to let me do them all together, so we're going to have to do some manual arranging. But I'm fairly optimistic we can get these to fit. It is going to be tight, though. Holy cow. All right, that's getting us somewhere. Hey, Wills, how you doing? Squish everything in as much as we can. Let's take a look at what that does for us. Ah! No errors, and it'll let us print. Life is good. So now, I've got extra time for this, because I don't need it tonight. So let's set it to the finest that I can do with this nozzle height. And it only adds a little bit more time to the print. But again, I don't care because I don't need this tonight. But that will help make the threads a little cleaner, and it will make everything else look a little nicer. Now for threads, one of the tricks you typically want to do when you're slicing is set it to Arachne. This is something that we looked at in the last stream too. Arachne basically allows it to run at a fraction of the total nozzle width so that you can get a little finer point on details that need it. But I'm not going to do that this time because the part that this mates to was also not printed with Arachne, and if I make these points on the inside finer than they currently are, that will actually make it so that it will not thread onto the part that it's intended for. So I'm going to skip that, knowing that it technically does make it a bit worse of a part quality-wise, but in this case, it will make it so that it works with what we've already made. So let's... Ah, I'm upside down! Nope, and you guys are seeing my filthy room. Okay, let's get rid of that. Goodness. And you know what? I'm just going to leave it upside down for now. Because this is just so that I can get the printer set up without showing any IP addresses or anything. What do you guys think of the new artwork we have here, though? We've got my Star Citizen referral code in the bottom. If you have not picked up that game and want to lose 3 months' salary on a tech demo, feel free to use my code. I included a galaxy in the background here. I think that's pretty cool. Got my logo. Did a little bit of custom artwork. And I made the letters look like they're glowing because, you know, got a spring for the high budget items when you can. Alright, so that should be... That's going. I will cut back to the main screen now. Oh my gosh! Forgot to cancel out the outro. Dang it. Should I just let the outro play? Maybe that should be a rule. Like, anytime the outro comes up accidentally, I just have to let the whole thing play out. I'm sure that's a great way to keep viewers entertained. Let's see. I wanted to touch base a little bit. Goodness, sorry. As you get old, you start having everything break down inside of you. Right now, I've got some pretty bad heartburn from some marinara sauce I had earlier today. I'm dying on the inside. What was I saying? Oh yeah, okay, so I want to touch base on some of the things we've been working on. Here is a Omnisky 15. If you don't know what this is referencing, let's take a look at the Googs, see what it shows. So this is one of the size 5 weapons available in Star Citizen today. They actually kind of suck performance-wise. I do not like them. Cannons have been in a pretty tough spot as far as being excluded from the meta. I haven't actually seen these, but those look pretty dope. If they're FL11s, though, that's probably a size 1, which means that they are also terrible. But the Omnisky 15s, I think they have a very iconic look. And very importantly, they are very easy to model if you're trying to do something quickly. So, just as with everything else on my Onshape account, this is public. So, if you guys want to contribute your own designs and try your hand at modeling something in CAD software, this is a great place to start. This is a very simplified model of the Omnisky 15 because when this is printed, this is going to be teeny tiny. So getting all of those delicious details just doesn't make a whole lot of sense at this scale, given what I can print and what a user is actually going to be able to appreciate at the scale that it's printing. For reference, how big is this thing? Let's go to the wiki. It will tell me. So there we go. If it's 8.84 meters, then the version that I'm printing is 8.84 centimeters? Is that right? That seems ginormous, actually. Let's see. Let's grab that point. And this point. Oh, yeah. Okay. So it is actually kind of big. But I'm still not going to add more detail to it. This takes a bit to load now because it does have quite a bit of detail built into it. And it looks like it's not properly mated to a variety of the pieces that were here previously. But here's our little engine module with a weapon in place. Okay, there we go. It's got 6 missile launchers, or 6 missile slots on the engine. And then it's got a hidden dovetail that it slots onto. I am quite proud of these engine designs. I think they achieve the look that I'm looking for, or the look that I was going for, excuse me. Up top, we have our dorsal missile launcher. This has an additional 12 missiles inside of it. And these linkages do work. Let's see if I can show the demo on that. Oh, wait, no, that's not an assembly, so that's not going to let me move it. But I have tested this in real life. Works great. At least for movement purposes. Spoiler piece. That's going to need to be printed separately because it is a rather delicate piece. Don't want it to get crushed by anything. And here is the Connie with most of its parts in place. Because this is not the assembly, it just shows the parts that I felt I needed to create. So there's a fan blade missing here, but you can get an idea as to what it's supposed to look like with this one over here. A little blue cap. And these engines should actually be placed a little further back. They're kind of running over their dovetails. So just pretend that those are staggered. They should be leaning back a little more. This turret should be a snap fit piece, and it should be working. I'm getting to a point now where I should start printing some of these pieces so that I can test their fitment. There's a lot of hinges that are going into this design because I'm trying to build in a lot of different play features. And so making sure that those are actually working is going to become important in the next couple days. But for right now, my printer is full and busy, so I won't be doing any printing tonight. But this is how we're doing with the Connie. This, man, it is almost done. I actually just need to finish this thing and get it printed so that people can have their own models on display throughout the verse. But I'm really happy with how this has turned out and the progress that we've made on it. Again, I issued the challenge. If any of you want to try your hand at modeling, this is another great opportunity. There's still lots of room for greebles to be added. Like this face here could probably use some more detail. Make it something more like this. When it comes to the greebling and the cosmetic modeling, I'm really just as new as any of you guys might be. I'm just taking a guess at what I think looks good and trying to get it to work in the model. So far it's been working. So that's our Connie. Let's see what other projects we were working on. Should probably take a look at the P8. So this is the pistol version. This is the P8SC. The P8AR is the rifle version. We're working on both of them simultaneously because I do want this to be a modular platform where someone could build up an airsoft version of either and be able to convert it later on. And, you know, this mechanism, it does work, but I feel like it needs to be revisited. It's not as reliable as I would like it to be, and I'm thinking that there must be a better way to do that. The way that it currently works... those aren't properly mated. That broke. So there are some guide rails on this blue piece, and this is able to slide up and down based off of the user pressing the mag release. And then those guide rails move this lobe on the release arm up and down, which moves this section of the release arm out of the way, allowing a magazine to drop out. Which I have this here in the room with me. So it does work, but I really worry about this release arm breaking out in the field. I mean, it's 3D printed and it's an airsoft gun, so it's not like you need this to work. You know, you're not actually going into combat with this thing. But I would like to explore ways of making it more durable. And see, like, you can get it to click and it'll retain the magazine. But if all you do is just push up without actuating it, you can actually get it to pull out, which isn't ideal for a mag release. You want it to only release the mag when you release the mag. So I think I've learned a lot of stuff about how these mechanisms work, and I think if I were to do another iteration, I could make something vastly improved. So we are going to be revisiting the P8 in some future streams and see if we can't make this better overall. And if you look through here, I haven't done the best job of keeping things properly constrained and mated to one another. And in fact, is the toggle still working between these two pieces? Okay, cool. That part is. But with the P8 AR being in the game now, I should be able to get a lot more critical information about how this looks and operates so that I could make a more solid version, make it more streamlined, make it more reliable and more robust. But that's where we're at with that one. Basically, kind of needs to be redone. With the G502, I do have a new G502. This is the non-RGB version. I got this so that I could cut a couple grams more by not having the RGB hardware integrated. And I've made a new bottom plate for the design. And I need to keep working on this too. I will probably prioritize the G502 as... I mean, it is the current project, right? But I want to get it finished because I want something that I can use. And I will use this a lot. But compared to this version, this is what we tried out on stream the other day. This does work, but it's not to the standard that I am happy with. And I know I can do better. So I want to fix the parts that I don't like about it and get it a little closer to perfect. But this version, it had screws coming through the bottom for this column, and then you would screw it down from the top in these 5 locations. And on the back here, you would at the same time install your mid plane, and that would get all of them to kind of sandwich together. There was a couple deficiencies with this design. One being that this shark fin that was supposed to keep the interior of the outer shell aligned and in the right spot, it did not do that at all. The other deficiencies are this support and this one and this one were all way too flimsy to provide the structural rigidity that I was looking for. And we're trying to make this as lightweight of a mouse as possible, but that doesn't mean that we want to make endless concessions for rigidity and durability. We still want it to be usable at the end of the day. So I started working on this new version. No, this one here. And this is much more easily printed. And what it does, instead of having all those screws that hold down the bottom PCB, it actually only has one screw in that top hole, and then the back of the PCB just slots in onto these 2 elongated pegs. So there's 3 points of contact holding the PCB down. It's plenty constrained. It's not going anywhere. But I like that hold down mechanism a lot more. And even though these screws are teeny tiny and they really don't weigh all that much, not having them means that this is going to weigh less. I also did a bit more design work with the bottom. So I added the initials of the channel, and then I did a multi-tiered cutout pattern, which probably shows up better on the model here. So some of these hexagons go only halfway through the bottom plate, while all the others go all the way through. And if we look at the bottom, what you won't see is any support structures going across the holes. I've gotten rid of that with this version. If we look back at this one and look through the bottom, you can see that a lot of the internal wall structures were crossing holes, and people didn't like that when they saw it. I wasn't a super fan of it either, but I thought you know, that's one of the concessions I had to make to try and get some strength built into this thing. But knowing that that was going to come up this time around, I just played it a little smarter with how I set this up. And we have this fencing that goes all the way around. And that's going to add a lot of support to the parts that come in contact with your hand. Because this will all be the outer wall of the mouse, where your palm and your pinky are going to be resting on it. And then when we come over here to where your thumb is, that's going to be supported by the geometry that holds the switches in place and the button pressing mechanism. So I think that this will result in a much more rigid feeling mouse without making a huge increase on weight. So it basically adds rigidity where it's needed and doesn't add mass where it's not needed. And then to tie the whole bottom plate assembly together, all that geometry, we have one diagonal wall that joins the mouse sensor cutout and the mouse switch cutout, or the power switch cutout. And it keeps it parallel with the hexagonal hole, so from the bottom, it's not really noticeable. So overall, I'm much happier with where this is going. Here's one I want to put out to the poll, though. What do you guys think about having the thumb rest being straight-walled like this? On the original version that we were making, we kept more of the G502 DNA, where we had it come at an angle. On the new version, currently, it's straight vertical. My thoughts are, it kind of makes it look a little more brutalist and kind of in your face. It does depart a little bit from the G502 DNA and its shape language. But what do you guys think? Ultimately, I do want this to be something that people would want to buy, so I'll do what the market says. I'm kind of digging it. Let's see. I think that's about it that we've covered on the channel so far. Obviously, I've got lots of projects constantly in flux, but I think those are the ones that you guys would be interested in. So let's move on to other topics. PvP versus PvE. Let's touch on this again. Oh boy. Let's see. Where is it? So Xylo did a post. Xylo is one of the more community-facing employees at CIG. He does a lot of the announcements on Spectrum. And sometimes it feels like they trot him out when there is a slaughter to be had. Poor guy. I'm sure he's really nice. I don't know if I recognize his face, though. I see his name all the time, because like I said, he's always on Spectrum. But he did this post talking about item recovery. And there are 3 major problems that I can think of when we're talking about this post. One is strictly item recovery. If you buy an item in the pledge store, you expect to be able to use that item. When that item is armor, though, if you die in the verse right now, you can do a character reset to get it back, which is very inconvenient. Or you can wait until the next patch cycle and get it added back to your inventory. Both of those really kind of suck, because it means that for the most part, people are not pulling out their fancy stuff. They just leave them in the closet. Item recovery then is supposed to be a way to get those back without having to do those onerous steps that are currently required. Character reset or waiting for the next patch. Another issue that I think of is PvP, PvE balance and looting. Right now, Star Citizen is what's called a full loot game, and the most popular example is probably something like Escape from Tarkov. Escape from Tarkov is a good game if you get into a lobby that doesn't have cheaters, but that doesn't happen today. And a big part of that is the FOMO that is created by full loot and the intense difficulty in keeping your stuff. So I'm sure you guys have seen Escape from Tarkov, and you can envision how it kind of plays into what we're experiencing with Star Citizen. In Escape from Tarkov, you spawn into the map, you have whatever gear you had on you when you started, and you only get to keep that if you make it out alive, and you only get to keep any valuables that you get along the way, again, if you make it out alive. So I've done a bit of Escape from Tarkov myself, and it's not uncommon to find someone camping the extract points, and they just wait for you to get there. After you've already done all the fights in the middle of the map, you're probably worn down a bit, and you're an easy kill. That's one thing that can happen. Tarkov also has a huge cheating problem, because people are so afraid of losing their stuff and all the effort that went into getting it, that they tend to be a little scummy, and so they turn on the cheats, and then they just play with cheats enabled. And I think last I heard it was over 50% of players are probably using some level of cheats in Tarkov, which is insane. Like, that is an insane stat to think that more than half of your player base are just cheating. That really sucks. That super sucks. So one of the concerns then is, well, if you have full loot in Star Citizen, aren't you kind of incentivizing the same kind of behavior? Right now, Star Citizen has the benefit of not being a very big game in its own way, right? I mean, the people that play Star Citizen are masochists like myself. It's not gained that widespread attraction yet. But if you add in 1 million more players, suddenly your cheating problem might actually get a bit worse. So, from a full loot perspective, you actually want to find a balance where it is not too punishing that people are overly incentivized to cheat, and you also want to make it so that it's not so punishing that people just quit when it happens. In my previous streams and videos, I've been very critical of people asking for PVE servers. My opinions have not changed. I do think that you do need some level of PvP in Star Citizen, and I do think that you need looting to happen in Star Citizen. That's not changing. You're not going to change my mind on that, though you're welcome to try. The other third problem, and what I think ties into this as well, is the difficulty in getting equipped. Right now, if I load up the game, it's going to take me at least a couple minutes to get started in the activity that I want to do. And spoiler alert, I want to do some salvage tonight and potentially turn that into some cargo hauling after we've got some salvage stored up. Okay, because I was salvaging in my last session of gameplay, I'm about as prepared as you can get to hop in the game, get going. Nevertheless, it's still going to take at least 5 minutes before I'm doing the thing I want to do. For most players, 5 minutes is still too much. And that is the best case scenario in Star Citizen. If I get on and I'm out there salvaging and someone chances upon my location, if I'm alone in a Vulture, which is a very common scenario because the Vulture is branded as a solo salvage ship, with the, I think it's 2 size 1s guns that it has, I'm pretty easy prey for anyone that comes across me, right? So anyone in their arrow, chances upon my location, I'm gone. That gets me sent back to the station. I respawn. I no longer have any of my stuff. And I have to go and do all the equipment rigmarole to get back out again. That's probably going to take upwards of 15 minutes before I'm doing the thing that I want to do again. And for most players in the mainstream population, that is too much. Which brings us to what they're trying to introduce with item recovery. I think there are a lot of things to appreciate here, but I do think there are some things that I would rather them skip over. And that mainly applies to the Tier 0 implementation. But let's go through it, and then I'll give you my thoughts about it. Hello everyone! As we prepare for the Evocati test phase of our upcoming Alpha 4.1 patch, we'd like to introduce the iterative release plan for item recovery, a long-awaited system that gives players more control over reclaiming their valuable gear after death. At CitizenCon 2954, we shared our long-term design for crafting, insurance, and item ship recovery. If you need a refresher, both presentations are available on YouTube and will be a helpful watch before diving into this post. Today, we want to provide a more detailed breakdown of some of the iterative releases that will start to bring these plans to life. The initial Tier 0 rollout will be fairly basic compared to the full system, but it marks a crucial first step. As we shared at CitizenCon, the complete item recovery system will be far more robust and nuanced, making gear management a core gameplay element. You'll be able to secure the items that matter most, while still allowing room for piracy and emergent gameplay. First step, Tier 0 implementation. With the initial rollout of item recovery in Alpha 4.1, internally referred to as Tier 0, you will respawn with the exact gear you had equipped at the time of death. Emphasis on the term equipped, as this is different than what you may have had in your inventory. This includes equipped weapons, armor, magazines, medpens, and ensuring that your core loadout is retained. However, items stored in your inventory, such as your backpack or other containers, will remain on your corpse, making them available for looting or retrieval. While equipped items will also remain on your corpse too, they will not be interactable, preventing item duplication while still preserving the visual state of your character at the time of death. This approach helps mitigate item duplication issues in the initial implementation while laying the groundwork for future expansions of the system in Tier 1 and Tier 2, which you can read more about below. Important notes. Items stored in your inventory, example, items in your backpack, will not be protected and will remain on your corpse upon death, available to be looted, stolen by other players, or retrieved by you. Items such as magazines and medpens that you have equipped can still be looted from your corpse. However, you will also respawn with these items, as duplication concerns for these types of consumable are less concerning at this stage. Tier 0 item recovery applies to all forms of respawning, whether in a medbed, on a ship, or at your assigned landing zone. To ensure that your weapon in active use is secured as an equipped item, it will automatically be stowed to your holster upon death. If you die within a landing zone, you will respawn with both your equipped gear and your inventory. Example, belongings in your backpack. This is to help avoid you losing items of any kind should a death outside of your control happen. With Tier 0, you will respawn with your previously equipped gear already attached to your character. Scenario example. While exploring, you loot a rifle and store it in your backpack. If you die, that rifle will remain on your corpse, available for others to loot or for you to revisit your corpse and retrieve. However, the original rifle you had equipped to your character, in hand or holstered at the time of death, will be secured and respawn with you. So, using the Tarkov example again, in Tarkov you have something called insurance. And if you pay to insure an item, if you die and that item is not looted off your corpse, you will get it back after the match has concluded. And it has a waiting period, so you have to come back later and check to see if any items were returned to you. This does kind of the same thing, but with additional concessions for the original player. If you have something in the right slot on your person, basically being anything that's part of your active loadout, you get to keep it when you die. The immediate downside to this is it means that there is currently very little that will be looted from your character. And I have very mixed feelings about that. I definitely understand wanting to mitigate the supreme frustration of players that would cause them to quit, but there should be some level of risk when you die, because this isn't just an arena shooter. There should be some penalty to pushing up daisies. So I would like to see them retain more of the looting and piracy aspect, but make it so that there is less pain involved. That's what they're trying to do with Tier 1 and 2. While Tier 0 lays the groundwork and provides some assurance that your equipped items are not lost, we are actively developing Tier 1 and Tier 2 implementations. These future updates will add more depth to the system, including a viable path for piracy. Because Tier 0 basically takes it out. It's gone. Tier 1 will introduce the ability to register your gear in ships at kiosks or ASOP terminals. Important notes: personal loadout, players can register their equipped items, which can be reclaimed for a fee at specific kiosks or freight elevators. Ships and interiors, ships along with their loadouts, decorations, and locker contents can also be registered. They can then be reclaimed in the state they were previously registered at ASOP terminals for a price. Looting and bricked items. Once an item is looted, it remains usable until the original owner reclaims it or marks it as stolen. At that point, a dead man switch is activated, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time. They talked about this as it pertains to ships in CitizenCon, but it now sounds like they are planning to expand that functionality to essentially any item in the game that is player-owned. While a looted and or stolen bricked item is no longer usable, you can still sell the item for credits. Pledge items are auto-registered and will never lose their registration status. They can always be claimed back, even if they were not manually registered, which gives some incentive to having purchased some items with real-world currency, right? With Tier 1, you will no longer respawn with your preserved gear already equipped. You will need to visit a location, such as your freight elevator, to reclaim your registered items. We are developing a quality of life feature to allow you to re-equip your previous full loadout with one auto-equip button at this location. Additionally, with the implementation of Tier 1, our current plan is to remove the ability to backspace out of dangerous scenarios as a way to retain gear. Okay, so I do feel a little guilty about this part, because I, among many other people, did clamor for something similar. Let's see if I can find it. It was in a recent video. Probably this one. Oh, here it is. So in a recent video, I showed this image that I had made. Please praise me for my amazing Photoshop skills. But this is something that a lot of players have been asking for, is essentially some way to create a loadout for your character and not have to go through all the pain and suffering associated with collecting items from across the verse so that you can re-equip them onto your person. Okay? I hate that. You hate that. Anything to reduce friction, I think, is a net benefit for the game overall. It helps attract new players and makes it less painful for us to just use the things that we could get, but maybe don't want to have to fly millions of gamer miles to have again. Okay, so this is one way of getting around that. Having a more fleshed out configurator app that allows you to set a loadout both for yourself and your ship and be able to equip those quickly using a kiosk. And in the video that talks about this, I talked about having it be such that if you have these items in stock at a station, it could use items from that stock. Or if these items are available in the verse somewhere for a price, then they could be purchased and delivered in time to your current location. Okay, that's another option. One problem with what they are currently describing is, what about things like a contested zone keycard? I see a lot of potential to dupe those en masse and now have very little penalty for doing so. For instance, let's say I get to the end of, is it Ruin Station that gives you 5 and 6? I think it is. I go into contested zone with Slooty. We get keycard 5 and 6. I have it on my person, and I have him kill me, loot those items. I spawn back at Ruin Station with my own copy of 5 and 6, but he still has 5 and 6 because he looted it off my person. So they still need to figure out a way to fix items like that. I don't think that that's very hard. I think that they could just make it so that I don't get to keep those when I die. And I think that there is a strong argument to be made that if you die, you should lose some items. But I think that we should also make efforts to make it so that it's less painful to get critical items back that are part of a loadout. Tier 2 adds back in some of the ability to loot items from players. Tier 2 will introduce a way to restore previously bricked items for a price. Looting and bricked items, once an item is looted, you will have the option to sell it, dismantle it for crafting materials, or restore it, with the potential cost of crafting materials and credits to make it your own. This system creates a viable path for piracy, allowing you to claim another player's belongings if you take the necessary steps to legitimize ownership. If an item had a cosmetic applied, restoring it will remove the cosmetic in the process. The introduction of item recovery is a significant step toward making gear persistence more meaningful while maintaining the risk-reward balance of looting. Tier 0 in Alpha 4.1 is just the beginning, and as we further integrate into the broader crafting and insurance systems, we'll be actively refining and updating with the help of your feedback throughout the PTU process and beyond. We'll see you in the verse. Okay. So, the problem that many people have brought up is how this essentially makes duping the default. And I want to pull up a Photoshop doc so we can explore this idea. Let's open this one. Which one is it? Arrange? Yeah, it's arrange. New window. Plop that up there. Make it bigger for you guys. Okay. Let's pick a nice, vibrant color to draw with. How's that? Okay, don't like that pen. We'll use a different pen. I like that pen. Just need to make it a little bigger. All right. I'll try to keep this part quick because if you guys have played Star Citizen, you already know what this is like. You die. Sometimes corpses generated. And this contains all of your loot. You can respawn. But you don't keep anything that you had before. Okay. In the event that you died to the environment, which does not necessarily mean that you got killed by an NPC, it could mean that something broke and you fell through a planet, or you ran into an invisible asteroid, which, yes, is still happening, believe it or not. If you fall into the planet, that loot, gone. Alright? If you ran into an invisible asteroid, there's more of a chance that you could get back to it and get it back, but still pretty slim. If an NPC kills you, you probably do have the option of getting back to it if the corpse generated properly. And in that case, you could respawn, restock yourself from stuff that you had at your last save spot. And you can go get your stuff back. Okay? If you die to a player, though, if you had anything good on you, it's probably in their hands now. Odds of you getting it back from them are fairly low because they already beat you once. They're probably going to beat you again, truth be told. So you can pretty much chalk that up as a loss. Okay? That's a tough pill for a lot of people to swallow. But I do think that elements of it are important. There should be some sense of loss when you die. Okay? Overall, though, every time a player dies, there is a greater than 0 chance that the loot that they had on their person is gone for good. Okay? Be it due to a bug where a corpse didn't generate or a corpse was inaccessible, or it gets left behind by the player that killed you and they don't care for it, or you just are unable to go pick it up otherwise. Okay? All of those result in that loot being gone for good. Or at least until the next patch wipe if it's a paid for item. Alright? Star Citizen tomorrow, based on what they're talking about, doesn't have the same kind of drain mechanic going on. So now, with this new system, you die. 2 copies of everything essentially get made. Because there is the stuff that that was on your corpse. And then there's also the stuff that you respawn with. Okay, so if you had a GP33 grenade launcher, there's a GP33 here, and there's a GP33 here. Okay, these were very valuable weapons because they were hard to find, and they are really good at taking stuff out. You didn't take them out all the time, though, because if you lost them, that really sucked. And because of how frequently you're likely to die due to something totally outside your control, it was oftentimes better to leave it in the closet. Okay, but now there's 2 versions. This corpse loot one gets bricked. And has to be restored somehow. Okay, depending on how difficult that is, it might be entirely worthless to go through the effort. Like if they make the penalty too high, no one's going to bother unbricking something. But if it's too easy, then it will be the default action, and if that's the case, we've now doubled the population of GP33s in that local sector of the universe. And there's not a good reason for that having happened. GP33s are not something that you can necessarily buy in stations. I don't think that that's the case. I think you must loot these. And if you are paying to get these back with a cost, I mean, yes, that means that there's a credit drain to get these items back, but it's not the same as having to go out and find it and loot it. Right? So I hope that they will add further clarification on items that must be found versus bought or sold, because I don't think you should be able to recreate something that you can't buy in a store somewhere. Another issue this introduces, though, is and how to phrase this. Yes, this creates a credit drain, but it doesn't create a material drain. If you're able to pay to restore anything that was on your person, there's not an incentive to go out, find, or craft those items again. So this is where it gets a little tough, because, like I said, we need to keep this balance of frustration versus fun. If a game is too frustrating, players aren't going to play it. They will leave and they won't come back. Okay? But you do actually want some frustration. Okay? If you don't have any, the game becomes too easy, and that doesn't keep players engaged. This is one of the main critiques about skill-based matchmaking in FPS games, is that it is manipulative in that it finds that perfect balance of frustration to keep players engaged for a long time, but it robs you of certain abilities like feeling powerful and seeing yourself against maybe a general population. It makes it so that every match is sweaty, right? Not super fun. So you need to keep the frustration balanced. If it's too frustrating, people leave. If it's not frustrating enough, they still leave. Which is something that I think that a lot of the arguments for PVE servers are ignoring. Regardless of how intelligent you make your AI, there will come a point where it is no longer challenging to you. And at that point, the game is over. Players are constantly evolving and offer a way to keep the difficulty always high. So even if you are maxing out PvE situations, you can still find a challenge somewhere in the game if you are doing PvP content. So, looking back at this situation, I understand what they're wanting to do. They want to reduce some of that frustration that you get from playing the game and having things break on you and cause a bad experience. I'm fully for that. That should be, I think, one of the top priorities. But I think they need to consider how this affects the faucets and drains that exist in the game. If you don't have enough items leaving circulation, then there's no incentive to bring more into circulation. And the ways that we know that we're going to be doing that is things like crafting, looting, and even purchasing new items. There needs to be an incentive to go do those things. And I don't think a credit drain is enough to make that happen. I think there must be more ways that items are deleted from the entity count. They need to be gone somehow. And I don't know where I fall on the spectrum of full loot versus no loot. I like being able to loot players. I think it's a lot of fun, and I would hate to see that gone in its entirety. With Tier 2, it sounds like they are not going to do that. But with Tier 0, that's going to be gone. And so I would prefer, if anything, that they skip Tier 0, wait till they can do Tier 1 or 2, and then introduce the feature in that state. I understand that there may be some technical challenges that require that they do this Tier 0 version first, but that seems counterintuitive to what we were told this year's focus would be in releasing finished features and not making us test them as much and maintaining stability for the game environment. So I don't know. A lot of this is very frustrating, and I understand a lot of the arguments against it. I think players would be happier overall if they skip Tier 0, go straight to Tier 1 or 2. I think that would be better as well. But I think this problem needs to be fixed. You need to have enough drains that your faucets aren't overwhelming the item count. If everybody is able to have a GP33, then there's no reason for anybody to search for these things. So that's my thoughts. But what do you guys think? Let's take a look at... Let's see. So we did all of these. Oh, we did get an SCL today, and it had a lot of cool stuff in it. Top among those, in my opinion, is the new ships they showed off. And we are not going to watch this whole thing. Do not worry.
Hello. Welcome.
At around this point, they start showing off the
attached.
interior. And I'm just going to mute it because it's not super necessary if I'm going to be talking. But they start showing off the interior of some of the work they've been doing for the Consolidated Outland Pioneer. This is one of the ships that Salty Mike is super excited for, and I know many other people are as well. One of the things that they emphasize is that they're going for high-tech industrial. So compared to something like Drake, which might be considered low-tech industrial, this should be the creme de la creme. It should be really nice on the inside, but still have that aura about it that lets you know that this is an industrial working man's ship, right? I think it pulls that off pretty well in the scenes that we're looking at here. This is, I believe they said this is like part of a maglev system. And I did kind of tune out at this point because I was doing some homework as well. We see a catwalk up here. I would like to see more connected spaces in ships. Think about something like the Carrack, right? The Carrack is a big mess of tunnels, and none of them connect to each other, and it can feel quite claustrophobic at times. But having a catwalk like this, it opens you up to all of this space down below, and it makes the ship feel larger. It gets rid of a lot of that claustrophobic feeling that you can have going through all these tiny ship corridors. So I would like to see this kind of element integrated in more ships. We kind of pan across. they write something on this door here, which is kind of cute. They don't know what that's going to be yet. Here's another look at the same space but different angle. I'm not a fan of this particular color of orange. Well, sorry, this particular color of yellow. This orange over here feels very close to the Argo orange, and I think that they would be wise to try and differentiate them a bit more. I do like this cool gray coloring for these panels, but maybe revisit the accent colors. But again, none of this is official. None of this is official. Official's not a word. None of this is official. None of this is official by any means. This is all concept art, so it should be judged as such. But if they were accepting ideas, I'd say, hey, maybe revisit the coloring a bit. Other than that, though, I really like this space, and I think that it definitely pulls off that high-tech industry look that they were going for. And if you had any doubt about this being concept art, here's the assurance right here. I don't know what to write here, but make sure it's impactful. And this is a lot of yellow. It feels kind of like a level inside of Mirror's Edge, if any of you guys have played that. But if we look at this and ignore the color aspect, I think that this does give the right vibe that they were looking for, and that's ultimately what this kind of concept exploration is supposed to do. It may also be that in the wider context of a ship, having a brightly colored yellow room doesn't feel so bad. Because, I mean, once we add this secondary corridor off to the side here, that's kind of the impression that I get. Is, okay, you get a little more gray there. It does kind of balance it out. Jared's got more weird stuff on his desk. These look like the things that would... These look like a cargo grid, actually. They're at a weird angle, so I don't know what those are supposed to be. Okay, but that's the Pioneer. Oh, okay. All right. Then we get into this one. This is a starter salvage ship. Just before this, they were talking about creating a strike fighter based on the Mantis. It is not a Mantis variant. It is going to be similarly styled to the Mantis, but it is a different ship altogether. That sounds really cool. It basically sounds like we're going to get more ships with the new RSI styling, and we're going to get a fighter as part of that, which is great news to me because I love doing combat in Star Citizen. This is a starter salvage ship. So it's smaller than the Vulture, and I would expect to see this at starter ship prices, but when you have things as expensive as the Nomad, it's kind of tough to say what a starter ship price is. Me personally, I hope they continue to offer more options in the $45 to $60 range. That's what I think is a good price for a starter ship. That's what I feel like I can convince friends to buy into. As a concept, though, I think this is really cool. I do like this shape language that they're going for. If I could give any level of critique, I would still want to see a little bit more of a Dorito shape, just to bring it a little more in line with some of the other RSI ships that are being introduced. But again, this is concept art, so it still needs to go through a lot of eyes and hands before it gets finalized. But maybe trim off a section here to make it a little sharper. But that's my preference. They then start to talk about, I think this is a different concept art for the same ship. So again, little salvage grabby bits out here. I like this canopy style. I don't know about you, but I really like that. I'm not a huge fan of this canopy on an RSI ship. This looks more like a Pisces. And Jared makes the point in this part of the video that, you know, car brands are constantly evolving. And I understand what he's saying. But in the context of Star Citizen, I think players are right to expect some level of consistency in a brand's shape language and design aesthetics, because even though in lore, yes, they've been existing for hundreds of years, and in real life they've been existing for more than a decade, it's still one game, and we're not going to be able to experience decades worth of design changes across various brands. Nor do we have enough ships out for any particular brand to then say, oh, look, they're trying something new this year. Like, if Dodge released a truck tomorrow that looks exactly like the Cybertruck, okay, that would be a clear, distinct departure from the previous trucks that Dodge has made, and customers would recognize it as such. But if a brand in Star Citizen does that, there's not enough ships in existence to then say, oh, well, this is what RSI was doing, and this is their new design direction. Nor do I think that you can expect players to have that intimate of a bond with a particular ship manufacturer to be able to follow their various design trends over time. This is still a video game. So I know what Jared's saying, but I think it kind of misses the point. So this reminds me of stuff that we've seen in other RSI ships, where this feels more anvil-like. I like this canopy for an RSI ship much more. Though I do really like the rear engines on this one and how it kind of brings in elements of the Scorpius to a smaller ship. You can see how they've tried to keep some elements of that with this fin design and the tails going towards the back. Something about this space right here, though, is not vibing for me. I feel like this spot needs a little more oomph. Like on this one, you have these wings that jet out to the side, and I still think I would trim these a little bit, but having that clear, distinct material change, I think helps the design a lot. This one, not a fan. I do not like this one at all. It looks like a half-eaten bagel. And I just... I do not like this. So if I was president for a day and I had all power, I would kill this design. I also don't like the canopy for this one. Again, I like this other style much more, this middle version. This feels too boxy for an RSI ship. The ship overall, I think, feels extremely boxy. It doesn't feel sleek in the same way that other RSI ships do. So those were the RSI ships being worked on. Tonight. Okay, all right. So then we're getting a new ship from Kruger Intergalactic. Kruger makes the Merlin and the Archimedes, both tiny snub fighters, and this would be a step up in size compared to those. I think I'm pretty much in line with what chat was saying. I like A and G out of all the designs shown here, though I do like that C a little bit as well. Not a fan of B at all. The way these wings sweep forward, and then you have these protrusions with the weapon system, it's not working for me. I like this back end, but I don't like the front end. D. I mean, we only have one ship from Kruger so far. And this doesn't feel like it'd be coming from the same brand. C reminds me of Star Wars Naboo Starfighter. I can definitely see that. I mean, basically, if you move this out to the side more, and then bring this to a point, it is a Naboo Starfighter. And that's one of the points that they talk about in the Star Citizen Live, is these are heavily inspired by 50s 50s automobiles, the same way that the ships from Naboo were. And so there's going to be a lot of carryover because they both share the same inspiration. And I am all for a Naboo styled ship manufacturer in Star Citizen. I think that'd be sick. But I don't like B. I really don't like E. E feels like it has way too much going on. E feels like they kind of threw all the shapes at it to see what would stick, and it's just not vibing for me. I kind of get the same feeling with F. It feels like it doesn't know if it's going to be a futuristic jet fighter or if it's going to be a more old school, like early jet fighter, like what's it called? Is it the Viper? What's the one I'm thinking of? I mean, I kind of get this vibe from it, but then it's also like trying to be futuristic. It's just I'm not a fan of it. But G, A, C, I think all look pretty good. B, D, E and F. Nah, I'd kill those four, keep the other three. Let's show you a different angle, though. So A has this really cool detail with this kind of loop going down. Almost makes it look like a helicopter tail. Which, if it's just there to be there, I don't think I'd be a fan of. But if they make it functional in some way, I think I would really vibe with that. But if it's just there to be there, I'm not a super fan. C, I think, would look better if we chopped this off. That would also make it look more like General Grievous's Starfighter in Revenge of the Sith, which I don't think is bad. But this feels a little extra. It doesn't feel like it would be helping the ship move more effectively. It feels like it's entirely an extra engine that does not help. If you compare that to A, the 4 exhaust cones that we can see here, those all look like they're well integrated. This one feels like it was bolted on afterwards, which doesn't seem to match with the design ideas that they're trying to convey here with Kruger Intergalactic as a brand. Ooh, there's a good shot of A. There we go. Capture it right there. Looks good. But again, I would like to see this do something. I don't want a hoop just for a hoop. I want the hoop to do hoopy things. Though, admittedly, I do not know what those would be. B sucks. Don't like it. C would look good if they dropped this engine. D, too complicated. E, too much going on. F, same deal. But then we come up on G. Oh no, it only gets a brief moment of spotlight. I'm sure by tomorrow someone's going to have all these blown up and made a lot more viewable. Maybe that could be me if I ever had extra time. So I like everything about G except this part. Not a super fan of how that's kind of just protruding out here. I don't know. The Kruger or the Merlin and the Archimedes, they swoop up more. And I think trimming this a little bit would be helpful. Here's a front view of them. See, like, A, I feel like looks a lot better from the front than G does. And I think it's because we got this fin thing in the back. I'm just not a fan of how that's working for the shapes. C, again, I think would look good if you get rid of that added engine. Otherwise, I think it looks great. A, great option, as long as they make the hoop functional. And there's a good shot of A. See, you have a lot of these sweeping, soft, gentle curves. And then you get to C and you just have this engine that's been bolted onto the bottom. It just seems very counterproductive to the rest of the design. But man, I wish I could render things half as well as these people can. These look... The quality of the work is really good. Jared felt old, almost kills a coworker. More shots at the back end. Which, you know, the back end is really important. It needs to look good. Especially in a game like Star Citizen, where as a pilot, that's going to be what you see most of the time. You're actually not looking at the front of your ship all that much. But I do think A is probably the strongest of the options they showed here today. And that seems to be what chat thought as well when it was live. So we will probably see, if they release this ship, it will probably lean more towards that. I would guess. And I'll unmute this now so I don't freak myself out later. We can close that, close this, and this. Should I have opened up the RSI launcher ahead of time? Make sure that there's not an update I need to do? Probably. But it looks like we lucked out this time. We are safe. Oh, did you guys catch it? What did I almost do? I almost didn't activate my joysticks. Make sure those are both on. They are. And I'm going to put myself into the stream room chat. And what was going on in our Discord chat earlier today? Will's had a fun error. I haven't seen that one before. How'd you do that? Then you got kind of stuck with 99 CSEU of cargo. Looks like Schlag was ahead of the curve in sharing the first look at item recovery. I suppose I should give that some kind of reaction. Let's see, what fits? Man, when you look at this, it makes me realize that I am a very generic emoji person. Let's try and up my game right now. Let's find the perfect emoji. Oh, you have to have nitro for that? That sucks. Okay. So we're not gonna get that adventurous. We're gonna use one of these down here. That's probably just another really generic one. Oh, looks like I'm gonna have to hit Will's up. He's got some NDBs to share. Hello, beautiful. Those look nice. And then what was... Oh, this was when Schlag broke my heart and told me that all of the salvage that we had collected over a period of 4 hours had deleted itself once we entered port with the reclaimer. So that really sucked. If you haven't run into that issue before, it's great. All you have to do is fly into proximity of a station, and it will delete the ship and any of the cargo that was on it. I'm going to need to refill this in a minute. So we had gotten together as an org, and we spent literally 4 hours salvaging a 890 jump and a Polaris that was totally found legitimately. And then we weren't able to keep any of it. It was all gone. Oh, you're doing some Deditrine? Alright, well, fine. I didn't want to play with you. Maybe I'll stop by and stop your run. Can I rent an A1 anywhere? No, don't worry. You're probably safe for me. I don't have the resources to. Okay, you have a 6-man with a Polaris and a Hammerhead. Fine. You didn't need to flex that hard. Alright, let's close global chat. Looks like it is on fire again. Looks like I'm hitting some issues with the 1% lows, getting a little bit of some stutter steps. We can confirm that with our handy dandy display graph. Oh, yeah. Look at those spikes. That is some great optimization there, folks. I wonder if they've fixed the issues we were having with the Vulkan renderer. But let's take a look here first. Do I have a convenient one? Not really. Not that I want to do that before I try and change my settings. Let's try playing with Vulkan today. See if it's doing any better. Launch again. Though, if you're running a 6-man crew with a Polaris and a Hammerhead, that doesn't sound like you've got either of those ships fully optimized. The Hammerhead has a crew of 6 turret gunners if you have it fully staffed, plus your pilot, co-pilot, and an engineer. Polaris is just a Polaris as a cargo ship. It's a bit overkill for a cargo ship, though, ain't it? Do you just have one person in the Polaris? Because that's pretty risky using that as a cargo ship right now, given its propensity to be popped. Oh, so you guys are spread even further then. Yeah, I feel like if you have someone online that has a Hammerhead and a Polaris, they've probably got much better options on the cargo side. Like something like the C2 or the M2, both of those have. Well, the M2 does cut its cargo down quite a bit. So probably would want to stick with the C2 because you don't want it doing much of the fighting at all. And then honestly, unless you have enough to fully staff the Hammerhead and the C2, I would say still stick with having more fighters in the area. They said they feel like it's paper. Well, I mean, it's going to do better than the Polaris. The Polaris, you're just going to get someone who comes and rams the head. Like, the Polaris has a really big Achilles heel right now. Granted, it is an exploit, and it's not exactly fighting fair. But, I'd say that's much riskier than taking the C2. I'm gonna love having waited for all this for the game to crash because it's Vulkan. But in the meantime, yeah, is it still the same server? Of course it is. Don't come to Pyro 5. Okay, so the tech panels are still wonky. And frame stutters aren't totally removed, but that was going through the elevator. Overall, it's not spiking in the same way that it was before. My perception of this is that it is smoother. Do I chance it? Do I go out and try to get something done? Still going to checkmate. Alright, you know what? Let's do it. I just need to get some more missions done. So let's pull out the Vulture and use it as a itty bitty cargo ship. I really need to get something better. Let's see. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve, diez, once, doce, trece, catorce. Move those. Alright, and I was so focused on doing a really bad Spanish accent that I didn't make sure that they were all construction materials. Okay, good. We're good. Now I need 7 of these. Yeah. Gonna have to reorient the ship. Oh, whoops. Didn't. Ah! Flying with mouse and keyboard is so hard when you haven't done it. Okay. Well, that wasn't good, but I lived. You know what? Let's swap that. There we go. You know, it sure would be nice if I had an atlas that I could call up and do this all a little faster. The funny part is I did buy one. But I think given how inconvenient it is to have to juggle the elevator, I'm just gonna end up doing it the slow way. Alright, now we plug up the entrance. Ooh, that was a bad frame spike. Game did not like that. Get in there! Yeah, if I want you to fight me, I will tell you, Box. You do what I tell you. Get in. Oh, crap. Ah, crap. Okay, that one's fine. That one's fine. There we go. You gotta pack these in tight, because I am not making 2 trips. I have successfully given my ship a bowel obstruction. Imagine I do all that work and then for some reason the prompt bugs out so I can't enter pilot seat from the front. That would not be good. You should be on power triangle. Oh, shoot. What am I doing? Checkmate. Don't tell me that. Just let me set the route. Oh my gosh. What do you mean obstructed? Uh-oh. No! Alright, well. You know what would have been smart? Even though I loaded in on Vulcan, I should have changed it back in the settings so that when it inevitably crashed, it would put me back in a DirectX 11 scenario. Instead, I'm going to have to do it this time around. I've never crashed in the middle of leaving the hangar. What's it going to do to me? Am I going to be able to get back in super quick? And it'll be fine? Or am I going to be in trouble? Okay, it looks like it closed the door again. Alright, before I do anything else, we're changing this back to DX11. And then that'll take effect the next time I crash, which probably won't be that long. Now with those doors closed, I can safely set a route. Oh, man, what is... I'm not obstructed. I'm on this side of Obituary. And I'm obstructed from Starlight. Are you kidding me? What about over here? I am not obstructed, fam. Come on. Fine. I'll jump over here. Because why not, right? Serpentine, serpentine. Let's go this way. Now will you let me jump? You guys seeing all the weirdness going on with the lights? Yeah, let's go. Another crash. I love it. All right, but see, we were smart. We set it to DX11. So now it should be crash free. Because it's only done that for me when I've been running Vulkan lately. So I guess they do not have that part squared away yet. That is what we're seeing. At least we get to put the crash recovery through its paces, right? This is good research. I'll take it. Oh, now I can jump to checkmate? How kind of you, game. I did upgrade the quantum drive on this thing, so it does go pretty quick now. And what's my credits at right now? I'm pretty close to being able to get a prospector, which I feel like is the route I should have gone instead of getting the vulture, just because I'm not a huge fan of the salvage gameplay. I think mining is a lot more entertaining. But I don't know. Should my next ship be a? Because you can't carry any refined goods with the prospector. You go get it refined, and then you still need a cargo ship. So my next ship really probably should be something that can move boxes easier than a vulture. Could I get a... I could probably get a cutlass at 2 million, right? I'll have to see what the ship that I really want is a Zeus CL. That's now purchasable in the game for, I think, just over 6 million credits. Let's just turn the Q drive off. You just said an available space has been located. Now you're going to make me wait? This guy lies. There we go. Oh, my ears just started ringing. That's fun. Don't get old, kids. It's a scam. It sucks. We've increased life expectancy for the human race, but our bodies don't know it. Everything starts to fall apart after 25. I meant to do that. I wanted to give it a little love tap. It's important to make sure your stations feel loved. Oh, wait, nope, I can't get out that way. Gotta go the other way. That was a quiz. I was seeing if you guys were paying attention. If I just keep talking in my streams like I have thousands of people watching, eventually it'll be true. Oh, here's a strange issue I've been running into with the Atlas. We were mentioning it earlier. I got one, and then every time I try to spawn it and just like leave it in the hangar, it doesn't stick around. That might be because they've changed the persistence of some items to help with, I don't know, like some of the hangar issues. But it doesn't seem like vehicles are persisting in the same way that they used to. So I can't get the Atlas out once and just have it hang out. I'm having to like juggle it every single time, and that super sucks. That is not fun. So whatever issue caused them to make that change, I hope they're able to fix it and revert it quickly, because I would like to use the Atlas. It is very quick once you get it out, but getting it out takes like 3 minutes of just waiting for hangars to move. And in the 3 minutes it takes to get those moved around, I can probably just do the boxes myself without the Atlas. I don't know, someone should time me. How long is this taking me? Maybe that's a video idea. How much time to get an Atlas out and then move 21 boxes of cargo versus loading it yourself? I'm sure there's a point of no return where, not a point of no return, I'm sure there's a break-even point, that's the word I was looking for, where it does still make sense to just get the Atlas out and, you know, do all your boxes that way. But I'm pretty sure it would have to be well over 21 boxes to make it worth it. Man, there's still another box. How many did I put in this thing? And since I know Wills is watching and he gets a little particular about the boxes, I'm going to put this one right here so that it's not in line with anything else. And let's see. Let's put this one back into the stack like that. Let's move this one. Get it in line. And this one, it would be perfect to fill that top spot right there. But instead, I'm going to leave it here, and I'm going to put it in a different orientation than everything else. I did this for you, Wills. What? You have both. Give me credit for both. And this game is trying my patience. I had the same thing happen last night. I turned a mission in, and it doesn't recognize that I gave it recycled material composite. And you know what? If I look here, I bet it shows up. Actually, it might not show up in this one because this is for personal inventory. But let's go check this other one. Oh look, recycled material composite. Huh. That's so weird. I haven't been able to complete any missions since this started popping up, so this is my third time failing a mission because it can't turn anything in. Let's see if Global knows anything. That really stinks. Probably one SCU bugged. Yeah, but it's still not giving me credit for any of them. And how would you tell which one's bugged? Because, see, I thought maybe there was an issue. And when I tried this the other night, I tried to... I tried moving them around. And that got the prompt to come up again. I tried moving. Yeah, it wasn't that though. It's nothing to do with Okay, he's talking about what that other player's experiencing. I tried moving it in and out. I tried using different boxes, and I just cannot get any of these missions to complete anymore. Cannot sell here, of course. Of course! Okay, well, I have to get these missions finished if I want to get those rewards, and I do want those skins. So let's take a look at where to buy ships. Nope. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Here we go. Okay, ships. Buy, rent. How much is a cutlass? Cutlass black. Oh, okay. So I could get that. How much can that carry? Does it not give... Doesn't give a whole lot of info about capacity here, does it? Drake, Cutlass Black. 30... Nope, that's hydrogen. Cargo, 46. What about a freelancer? Oh, and you can also just use Urkel to figure it out. Refinery rentals. Oh, that's much better. Okay, well, let's go to the refinery. I didn't know you could rent ships here. I am going the wrong way. Let's go this way. There's still a lot that I am learning about Pyro. It's got all kinds of secrets yet to discover. And by the time Nyx comes out, I'll probably still be learning. But then I'll go to Nyx and I'll never come back, because that'll be the new thing. Shops. Well, what's over here? Oh, spooky music. Going this way. That is not OSHA approved, sir. You don't want to use that terminal. That terminal's bugged. It's gonna mess with your cargo. everything in Star Citizen's bugged. It's probably a pretty fair bet that it is. Look at me. I am the captain now. Okay, where's this rental? Where's the rental? Those are mining heads. Mining gadgets. I really should have done the mining instead. Would have been better. Would have been having more fun. Refinement center. Okay. I know it's not going to be in here, but my brain is not letting me leave without looking. Right? Like, yeah. It's not here. Did Urkel lie to me? Is there not a rental kiosk here? How could you do this to me, Urkel? You led me astray. Is there anything worth checking out here? Elevator? What do you mean, elevator? I'm not looking for the ship dealer. I'm looking for a rental kiosk. That's kind of cool. But it did also say it was available in the cargo area. So I'm going to go there, see if I can rent it there. Cargo deck. Huh. I guess they are out of stock because they took it off the mannequin. It's not going to be in this either. I shouldn't even bother looking. I'm literally wasting time right now. All right, well, that is a good moment for me to take a quick bio break. I will be back momentarily. In the meantime, enjoy the captivating VFX of this fire. I practically feel it warming my hands. I'm back. Um, so, unsurprisingly, the answer did come to me during that bio break. It's amazing what the porcelain throne can do for the brain. And why get a cutlass when I know that's not the multi-cruise ship I want to start off with? And buying it would zero out my bank account of what I currently have available to me. And salvage contracts aren't working. So the Cutlass is not the right move right now. What is the right move, I think, is a Nomad, which is available for purchase at New Deal. And the rental kiosks are at the gateways. Okay, so it is available in Stanton or in Pyro, but you have to go to one of the gateways to do it. But if I'm going that far, I might as well hop across and get myself a ship that I can use for much longer. And I haven't flown the Nomad all that much. Given that I still have the rest of the month to complete these challenges, I think that that's probably going to be the better thing to do. And I think I'll have to do some of the cargo trading, which has its own problems. Hate that does not work. That makes me so mad. Like this one, 400k for 26 SU, so the Nomad would be just barely too small for that. Definitely too small for that one. But look at this. I just need a little bit of tin and ice, and I can be making almost 800,000 credits per mission. Yes, please. And next I need to know, where the heck do you buy those things? Because I have not been looking at that at all. Where do you get 10? At Magnus. That is the only place. Okay. And is it going to be under ice or pressurized ice? Pice. Nice. Ice I can get at Ruin and Megumi. Ah, Wells! There's a bot in the chat. Kill it! Megumi, Ruin. Okay, so where are those locations? And hopefully people have kind of given up on standing in line. Okay, Megumi's up there. Oh. Well, guess it's good we were going there anyways. Gotta use the Vulture because it's my fastest ship. It's got the biggest tank. So here's what I'm thinking. If I can buy this stuff at Ruin, and I can only get this stuff at Magnus, I get the Nomad. Go to Magnus. Getting there, probably not going to have any issues, because there's no reason for anyone to harass me if I have no cargo. Gonna have to be played a little safer to get back to Pyro. But I want to buy as much as the Nomad can fit, which is at least 4 missions worth. And then I take it to Ruin. And where do these things have me turn this stuff in? Where are you? This one. Oh. This has me take it to Ruin. So, is it right that you can buy that stuff there? Well, anywho, I want to make it to Ruin before trying to get the next cargo. Once I get things safely stored at Ruin, then I cut my risk down and I can just pull it out in little chunks. Let's go to Stanton, everybody. Let's see. But let's refuel first. Okay, MFD's reset. That's super cool. I thought they weren't supposed to do that anymore, but I think it is ignoring me. Let's do it this way. Guess it would help if I had my quantum drive on, huh? I mean, there's no way someone would be in my ship here, right? I just heard the door. I just came from my personal hangar. No way there's someone in here with me. door is going to give me a heart attack. Okay. All right. We're good. I don't know if I have the game audio loud enough that you guys heard that, but that door definitely moved while I was sitting here in the seat. And that is not a nice joke to play. Got me all worried here. Why was it hard to get out of Area 18? And once we get through to Stanton, we got to go to New Deal at Lorville. I think I re-equipped my jump module. I guess we're going to find out, huh? I mean, if I didn't, I'll just call up the cutter. So it's not a big deal. Just another inconvenience. I'm going a little fast, aren't I? I'm kind of all over the place, and this ship is not a good ship for maneuverability. I guess I don't have a key binding set for that yet. I'll have to fix that. When you pass those pillars, it feels like it almost gives you a little bit of a speed boost. Oh, Nope. No need for alarm sounds. We're fine. Why does the jump tunnel feel so small all of a sudden? Oh, that's blinding. That's really bright. Calm down a little bit, game. You don't need to be that bright. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, that's a sharp turn. Whew. Yeah, that is not 3 gamer miles away. Uh, Gotta love the false hope that the UI gives you. Yeah, that's not paying it off. It's probably the bounty hunters telling him to do that. That would be looking for him to hunt him too. Yep, might as well. Crime pays, botany doesn't. Some kinds of botany pay, just not the legal kinds. Oh, I know what this session's been missing. Last time I was playing, I shut off the... There we go. I couldn't hear some of the people that were in a chat with me, so I shut the music off. But those people aren't here now, so I can play my music. Okay, I can see the landing lights over here. Cool. Isn't botany the study of plants, though? Am I ignorant of this? Okay, fine. Let's do it this way again. I don't know why that makes a difference, but it do. Oh, 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 goodness. I meant to do that. Oh. What a nerd. The Expanse was a really great show. If you haven't seen it, you should. New deal. Here we go. Let's get ourselves a new ship. It's an exciting moment. Never owned a Nomad before. Now let's see if we can't find what it's got. Let's see. So it's got this Tarsus. I think the Colossus is what I have on the Vulture, isn't it? That's why it's... yeah, okay. So it does use the same one. Can I get that here? Oh, the Colossus is only sold... Oh, okay, I guess it's sold at New Babbage. And wherever that one is. Only 2 places. Otherwise, mostly a pyro thing. Oh well, we'll stick with the stock setup for now. We want to save money for our cargo. Even if it takes a little longer to get things done. Alright, that's another reason why I wanted this. This has a tractor beam, but it's not in a stupid location like the Cutlass is. So I'm hopeful that this will be a little nicer to use. What are you? Okay. Component access. That drops the cargo bay down. Storage locker, not necessarily a suit locker. Oh my gosh, world's most uncomfortable bathroom. Look, there's no way that closes with your knees inside, so you gotta have this whole area open to use the toilet. Hope you don't have a strong sniffer. This area is nice. Oh, you know what? Actually, I take it back. This is your first line of defense. You leave a stinky pile in that toilet, anyone who tries to board your ship gets knocked out. So it's actually a defense mechanism. While you're safe in here in the nice living area. And look, it comes with some free books. The Lore Maker's Guide, Always Forward, Clan Brutality, Dare to Dream, Steps for Humanity, a study of political discourse, and a journal of imperial economics. What was this one that they were reading? Okay, maybe a user manual. Huh. Neat. Like those details. And it comes with a bunch of alien Mike and Ikes, or those cinnamon flavored Red Hots. Those things are nasty. My mind can be changed on a lot of stuff, but it will never be changed on cinnamon candies. Those are bad. Oh, didn't this used to be orange? Ooh, she sounds nice. Alright. Now for the first hard part. We gotta get to Magnus. Which is way out there. Holy cow. And again, ATC not listening. Maybe I'm just misremembering things, but I think when I have flown this in IAE, I thought that these panels were all orange. But I do like this color scheme. Little yellow highlights on the cyan. I especially like that you have a lot of information in front of you without having to look around or manage multiple MFDs. Like, what is that? 5 MFDs in front of me? Just a nice compact arrangement. That's awesome. Oh, and I got a nice leather seat. That's nice. Very nice. Very nice. Exit, open exterior, enter remote turret. Power off. Engine on. I like the aesthetic of these panels too. Like they're touch screens, but they look like they have switches. I mean, it's basically the UI that we have available to us on smartphones today. I think if this were a real ship, I would prefer buttons. A lot of manufacturers, like a lot of cars came out recently, and it was all touchscreens, right? But a lot of manufacturers are moving back to having some physical buttons because when you're driving and you're supposed to be paying attention, you don't want to be fumbling around trying to find the right spot on a screen to hit, where a button is a lot more affirming that you hit the right piece of hardware. So, same probably applies to spaceships, I would imagine. You want physical buttons for important things. But you can't deny it does look nice having all the touchscreen. Until you get some glare on it like that. Then the touchscreens are a lot less convenient, or even more so inconvenient. But immediate impressions of the UI colors, pretty good. Legibility is really nice. Even with everything being blown out by the glare. Ooh, that might be an issue. See how now the sun is reflecting on the holographic display? That's not super cool. Oh, and if you get the UI elements on it, very hard to see. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. So I'll have to keep in mind where the sun is and keep that out of my HUD elements. But it's got nice contrast against the blackness of space. This trip out to Magnus might also be a good indicator of if there's any pirates along this route. Though I am coming from Lorville. That's not necessarily where people would be coming from, huh? I can also take a look at what ships are in the vicinity of the station once I get there. But, oh man, I hope I do not have to deal with a bunch of people standing in line. If that's what I find, this run might be over before it started. I do not want to stand in line. That's ridiculous. I'll just I'll enlist a crew for another day and we'll do Dead of Dream runs. Let's see. If I try and get 24 SCU of 10 at 30k, is that... It's too late in the day. I can't do that math in my head. Just pull out the calculator. Utilities, here we go. All right. That is expensive. 720,000. Okay. All right. So I could just barely do that. It might still be worth it. It's a big risk seeing how much of my credits it is, because it'll leave me basically impoverished if I did get pirated. But to not have to do this run multiple times if I do pull it off, because it's a risk each time I try to run this. Did that just say 50%? That's pretty good. Or did it say 25 and I just totally heard it wrong? Oh, no, quantum fuel indicator is up at the top. So this Nomad, it gets pretty good range. It lives up to the name. Because this is over 80 gigameters that we're traveling. So to be just under 50% is not bad. Okay, that's kind of a weird firing pattern. Okay, what kind of ship are you? That's a Guardian. That could be playing Lookout for pirates. It could also be abandoned. It's not giving me any info about whose ship it is. And it's not saying any passengers on it. So it should be abandoned. But I never feel like I have a whole lot of confidence in the information I can glean from the UI. Oh, look, it did give me a hangar this time. Or did it? Okay, it's over here. Okay. I do think the hover effect of the... Oh. My door closed on my face. I do think the hover effect is pretty cool. This has a very high-tech feeling. It is interesting to think, though, that this is the same ship brand as the Pioneer. So I wonder how much similarities they will carry between each other. Alright, fingers crossed. No one's here. No one's hogging the terminals. I'm able to buy my 24 and get out of here. I'm not seeing anyone yet. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, because if they are here, they would probably be hanging out at the Galleria. That is a Mirai Pulse. How did that get here? There's no one here. There's no one here. There's no one here. There's no one here. It's tin that I'm buying here, right? Can you not buy it in anything less than a... Ooh. This is not great. Oh, I just bought this ship and I might not be able to carry all the stuff that I wanted. Because like it carries 24 SCU of cargo, but if I can only get size 8s, I'm not going to be able to utilize all of that. Doesn't it have it on here somewhere where it'll show you the cargo dimensions? Let's try it. Sure, update away. Cargo somewhere on here. I haven't used this site before, so this is a learning experience for me. It looks like we've got a lot of the same info that Urkel does. A lot of the same functionality built in. I wonder if they're powered by the same kind of stuff. Metrics. You almost got me. I was typing it. I was gonna say Imagine Dragons, and then they were going to say Imagine Dragon, these nuts across your face, or something to that effect. But I caught myself and I prevented it from happening. Shoot, did someone like sneak in and get this before me? What the heck? But it won't let you buy it in anything less than... I have 735k and no mining ship with which to do it. This? Yeah, I mean, I've got plenty of funds for getting the tin. The problem is there's no inventory. See? They have they sell them they have 4 total. I should have bought it when I saw it. And the smallest box they'll give me is a size 8, which means that I'm kind of screwed because I can only fit one of these in my Nomad that has 24 SCU of cargo. I was really hoping to get size 4s and lower because, yeah, it would take more time, but I'd be able to fully stuff the Nomad. It's not happening with size 8s. So could rent a prospector. That might be what I have to do. That might be safer overall. Oh, man, but the rented prospectors are... Oh, they're so bad. Their loadout is not good. But my cargo missions are all broken. Or the ones selling salvage, at least. Can't get those to work. Well, aren't you special, Wills? No, that's cool. Those are all hover bikes, though, aren't they? Why'd you get so many hover bikes? On the whale account, I have a Pulse. That's the only bike I've bought. Let's see. Okay, I can rent the prospector. At these locations. Um, I know Red Monster has been working to. Well, actually, I don't. I think Red Monster is the one that makes all this. And I know that they've been trying to figure out information because it can't be data mined I was going to say as easily, but it can't be data mined at all. Let's change this to Stanton or Pyro. 10, 22% chance on bloom. That's pretty good. Well, ice. Where's ice on here? Ricite? The heck is ricite? Oh, ice is way over here. Okay. So it's not like impossible to find. It is out there. And it's a C tier. It's a C tier commodity. Never heard of this one before though. Ricite. So must be new. Same with Stillaron. My concern is, what if I put down a bunch of credits to rent a prospector, but then I don't find any rocks that I can mine? Because see, that would be another potential problem, one that's highly likely with a rented prospector, because they are just the loadout that they come with is it needs some help. Wait, no, I don't want to turn that off. Okay, fine. Let's do it that way. So I'm only looking at the C tier stuff now, right? Okay, those look manageable. Pretty big spread on those. But should be doable. Okay. Let's try it. Let's see what we can do. Okay, so here is our new goal for tonight. We rent a prospector. We mine 1 rock of ice. Get it back to the refinery. Well, never mind. Scratch that. Pretend I didn't say that. We rent a prospector. We get 1 load of ice. And we make it back to a refinery. And then we call it good for the night. Deal? Deal. And when we're getting things refined, we get to pick the size boxes that they come in, and we're not doing any 8s. So now we got to get all the way across the map because this was a dead end. No. Go back. I didn't mean to go that far. Pyro Gateway. Same distance. Man, Magnus is way the frick out there, isn't it? Did it shut off? It's a wide boy, but it does fit. What's going on with my pants? Did I grab a different set of pants or something? That looks like the scorched patina. Huh. It says snowdrift. All the rest of my stuff is snowdrift too. Have I just never noticed that before? Because that totally looks scorched. And it doesn't... There's no way I didn't notice that before. Because, like, these panels should be that color. Weird. Oh look, we're down to 72 gamer miles, guys. $60. We're getting there. 38. Man, this is a long trip. It's times like this that I'm envious of anyone watching that has not already watched all the content from Odd Job Entertainment. Because, man, you guys have such an opportunity to subscribe. Like, share, subscribe, do all those YouTube things. And maybe even consider being a channel member. And just imagine all the content that you get to watch for the first time. Man, sometimes I wish I could be part of the audience. But no, like, when I'm not streaming and I'm playing Star Citizen, which I do actually do, yeah, this is when I pull up another YouTuber's videos and have that playing in the background, because quantum travel is agonizing, man. It is. Looks like we got 4 viewers. It just jumped up to 2 viewers on YouTube. So welcome. Welcome to YouTubians. We are making our trek across the cosmos back to the Pyro Gateway after finding out that none of the box sizes of tin sold at Magnus will work with the ship that I bought to transport cargo. So now we're making it back to Pyro so that we can rent a prospector at one of the stations and hopefully go mine some ice and make it back safely to a refinery. We're almost there. Just gotta push with the willpower a little more to make it through. What, last half hour is what I'm hoping this takes. And then, I'll be honest, I think I want to go watch some Severance after this. It should be coming out soon. Okay, there's the jumper tunnel. But we did just do a 90 gamer mile trip, and we're still at 440 quantum fuel. So, as I said before, the Nomad does live up to the name. It can go the distance. I definitely want to swap this to a Colossus drive, though. It's It'll make it use a little more fuel, but man, it'll make it so much faster. And those are readily available at any of the shops in Pyro, so might as well. And I don't know about you, but I always have this thing about flying in Star Citizen. Like, I want to be properly oriented. Even though there is no up in space, it just feels weird to be flying opposite to what the signs are telling me. Alright, last time it gave me a turn so tight in this jump tunnel that it actually broke the texture. So, please take it easy on me, game. It ain't no need to be breaking yourself to give me a challenge. Of course, I was flying a Drake ship, so maybe jump tunnels just don't like Drake ships. Honestly, kind of valid. Oh, that transition's bright. That transition is brighter than our futures. And those little pixie things flying by, those are new, aren't they? I don't remember seeing those before. Little things floating by. Oh. Oh, no, 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 no! Too close, too close! Whew! Alright. Where's that station at? No. No! I was through! Ooh. I was through! It's not behind me, is it? Oh, no, it is behind me. Oh. That was unnecessary, game. I was... Try again, I guess. I wonder if that's why all these ships are here, because they can't get through. Oh, I do have a keybind set. Okay, cool. Alright, fingers crossed, guys. Hopefully we make it through this time. Oh, that fairy dust is bright. Gotta keep an eye on where the vector indicator is. It feels like there's almost drag that wants to pull you into the walls. I feel like I'm having to fight the tunnel more than I remember. Yes. Oh, see, like it's hard to pull off the wall in those cases. Maybe that's part of the new water drag effects they've been trying out. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. We made it. We're good. Where is that station? Where is this place? Where am I? Did it just spit me out somewhere randomly? Okay, now I'm kind of far. But fine, whatever. It's all good. At least we're back in Pyro. Okay, and I know Hybrid V would not be happy with this, but I want to see the landing gear, so I'm taking the landing a little slower. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Ooh, okay. That's really cool. You like start kind of pointed down and then they flex up. All right. I could dig that. I say he wouldn't like that because you're supposed to get in the hangar and then immediately drop down your landing gear and do the whole landing sequence, you know, smoothly and quickly. But I need to change my key bindings because I deleted the one. The way they're set up right now, I don't have a key binding that allows me to quickly spin around in third person and look at my ship, so I need to figure out a way to get that back, because I really liked that. Alright, where is this ship rental kiosk? Okay. Refinery. Misk Prospector. How much to rent for 3 days? For 7 days? Just gonna do it. I'm running extremely low on funds right now, but I basically need this to work because I've kind of burned through the other options. They're not working. I can't do my salvage missions because all of my RMC won't turn in. Can't do the cargo missions because I spent my money on a ship that can't carry enough. So mining it is. Star Citizen is finding a way to kill each and every plan that I am making so far. Hopefully they don't do it to this. Just have a little mercy on me, game, please. Please. Okay. There it is. Ain't she a beaut? Gotta try and keep the seats clean. It is a rental. Okay. Still got weird things going on with translucent panels, I see. A lot of temporal artifacting. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, now, where are we going for this ice? One of these had it up, didn't it? It was this one. Okay, but we need to go back one. Let's just look at the ice. So if we go to Terminus Rings? Okay, I'm going to have this screen pulled up on my second monitor so that I can plot a course to one of these places. And this is my first time doing any mining in Pyro. I should have plotted the course first. Rookie mistake. Okay, so yeah, these clusters around Terminus is what people are talking about. According to the map, this is the worst one to plot the course to. But since it is all crowdsourced data, I'm willing to bet that they're probably all about the same. And it might be just down to whoever did that point of data collection got unlucky. And I don't know if I have any keybinds set up for mining in this patch. We might need to do that in order to have any kind of success. Man, I can't wait to finish the footrest project we have going for the channel. I've got a bin with a pillow on it under my feet. And it works. Like it does work as a footrest. But I just know that the one that I plan to make is so much better. I do have food, Wills. I have Nature's Elixir. I have Cruce Lux in my pocket. See this? All the cool kids are drinking this stuff. CIG won't give me a trash can, so I'm improvising. Can you imagine getting taken out by a water bottle traveling at light speed? Shoot. Did I... Forgot to put my helmet back on, didn't I? There we go. I do wonder why they've gone with HPA as the unit for pressure. First off, isn't PA capital P lowercase a. It is. But hectopascals, which is what HPA would be, is not as commonly used. Compared to like MPA. Or gigapascals even. But baby steps. We have a lowercase m in gigameters now. Maybe we can convince CIG to change to a more commonly used pressure unit as well. Yeah, for all the traveling we're having to do, I'm definitely going to need to make this worth it by getting a full load of ice. This does put me real close to ruin, so I might just refine there. And where do these kinds of missions have me drop stuff off? Checkmate. Ruin. We can ignore that because those missions don't work. So I might just be doing a lot of hanging out at Ruin Station. These missions have me turn it in there. And I can also get tin in these areas. Lower percentage than other options, but I can still find it. Like if I go to Pyro 4, it definitely goes way up. Oh man, that's annoying. Please don't tell me that that prompt is going to be stuck in front of me. I don't want to exit right. I want to stay here. Okay, it is gone. Okay, there we go. I know there's all kinds of indicators based on like how big a signal is. It's been such a long time since I've done mining. I'm gonna have to educate myself all over again on how to locate rocks based on their signature. Right now, we're just gonna go for it. M-type. I don't think that's either of the kind that I'm looking for. let's see what's in you. Whoa, 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 whoa. That looks big. Like I'm probably not going to be able to crack this. Or scan it. Come on, there was another one around here. Where'd you go? Okay, there's something over here. Looks like we got 3 viewers on Twitch. Welcome, guys. How you doing? If you ask me how I'm doing, I have no idea what I'm doing. This is like Plan Z at this point. Plan Zeta, Z. Everything that I've tried has broken. What do we think, though? Am I going to be able to scan this one? Asteroid E-type. It's purple. Come on. Let me scan you. Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh, look at that. If you turn mining mode on, it shows you stuff. Now I feel kind of stupid. That is a terrible optimal window, and it doesn't have anything that I'm looking for, though. Okay. Alright, so it is working for scanning, I guess. I'm looking for I-types, and I think tin can appear in anything. I just got unlucky with that one. Tell you what, though, having this Toby eye tracker, not sponsored, makes looking around at these different scans so much easier. P-type. It's like I'm finding Pokemon. Raw silicon. That's new too. But alas, it can't be cracked. Hello, what have we down here? little cluster, perhaps. So what the heck? Now it's showing some info in the scanning UI up there. Okay, we do have a cluster. What do we got? Please be some ice and tin. Cold as ice. Q-type. Q-type sounds like some Quantanium. No. And these are panels. Lame. Not what I want. And then we're going to go to that one on the right. After this one inevitably crushes my heart as well. Okay, what's in you? Nothing of value to me. All right. Thanks for hanging out, Wills. Have a good night. I'll just be here, slowly losing my mind as Star Citizen whittles away my sanity. Nice, Drifter. Nice. Okay, what's in your wallet? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna try and crack this one. Oh, wrong button. Ooh, look, that keybind did transfer over. If I can get it to fluctuate a little bit, I think we could actually crack this. It says impossible, but that's not always true. But it looks like, in this case, it definitely is. I'm not getting a blip of anything on that. Okay, haven't seen this one. Drifter, how's your luck going with doing these missions? I have tried multiple kinds of activities tonight, and they're all messing with me. I have a bunch of salvage saved up at Obituary. Whenever I try to turn it in, though, it doesn't let me do it. It doesn't count for completion. So then I thought, okay, well, I'll get myself a cargo ship because I can afford one. And I got myself a Nomad. Go all the way to Magnus to try and buy some tin. Lo and behold, they only sell it in size 8 crates. So I would only be able to carry one if they were not out of stock. Okay. Okay, I do remember seeing this. If it's a multiple of 2,000, it's going to be a salvage panel, which sucks. That is not a multiple of 2,000, so this could be a rock. Especially since CIG didn't really fix the cargo bugs before this big cargo running event. Oh, what are you talking about, man? Star Citizen is a perfect game with no bugs or exploits. It's any day now. Spiffing Brit is going to make a video saying as much. What are you? Ooh. Oh! Found a cluster of E-type asteroids. Okay. Usually I would be elated to find Quantanium. But that's in a size that I definitely cannot crack. And it's the one time I'm not looking for anything valuable. I'm just looking for garbage materials like tin. Give me some tin and ice. Okay, does tin spawn in an E-type? Okay, let's try and figure this out again. Nope, nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Come on. Alright. So tin and ice. These are the two that we want. Can I... Can I just... Why do you not let me do this? Come on. Okay, we can do this. That narrows it down a little bit. What is this score bonus meaning? E-type. No. No tin. Wait. Yes. It does. Okay, yeah, tin is supposed to spawn in literally anything. I'm just not getting lucky, I guess. Ice, you need to find those I-type. You need to find I-type asteroids. And those are all found in the clusters and the asteroid base locations. Okay, so just gotta keep soldiering on, I suppose. That's where I came from. That's the 18,000. Where are you? No, that's 18,000. What the heck? Okay, well there's 11,000 over here. I need to be using my vector indicator, my compass, that thing there. I need to kind of just pick a direction and keep going that way. No, that's more debris and a Q-type. What the? Okay, that's... Okay, but what's in this Q-type? Oh, shoot. I've already been here. That's why it popped up so fast. At least the scan data. Okay, that space compass is not actually giving me a whole lot of useful information. Now that I look at it, because pitching up and down, it's rotating. You're kind of just taking a guess. Okay, let's check this one first, and then we'll go down. Probably already scanned that one. Okay, where was that one? Is it this one? What was I looking for? Maybe this one? Okay, you know what? Actually, let's do this. Let's just go to another nearby option. I don't have to stay at this cluster. I can go to all kinds of clusters. Watch, I'm going to get to RAB Cook, and I'm going to immediately find an I-type asteroid. And ready for some delicious irony? We're looking for I-type asteroids, right? How are we mining them? With a laser. So we're melting ice to mine ice. Makes you think, doesn't it? Like maybe we should be using something like a drill instead of a heat ray. Here it is. I-type asteroid. I am willing it to be so. Oh, okay. A little bit of movement. E-type. Please have some tin at least. Please, man. Give me a little bit of tin. Titanium. Great. Okay. C-type. Okay. With tin. I swear Schlog did this just a couple days ago, and he was finding tin and ice super easy. This is like the worst luck. Okay, I'll check these next two locations. if neither of these have what I'm looking for, I'm going to call it for tonight so that I can do some more research and hopefully figure out that I'm doing something wrong and that I could be doing something a lot better. Q-type with tin. Okay, let's go to this one. All right, last one for tonight. Okay, another E-type. "100% inert materials." Look at that, guys. See, Chris Roberts himself is telling me that it's time to throw in the towel for tonight. So, if this is your first time watching and you enjoyed watching me suffer, guess what? You can do so all the time if you subscribe. And if you really want to push me to make bad decisions, you can even become a channel member and get a special call out in each and every stream that I do for Orbital Bombardiers and above. Thank you, John Best and The Prime, for supporting at that tier. But I am going to call it for tonight. Give myself some time to do a bit more research, figure out what I'm doing wrong. There's got to be something, right? And hopefully, when we come back, I will be able to show some progress. But since I'm already out here, might as well lie down, take a nap, and log out. And same goes for you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night. This is